Hello everyone and welcome to the inaugural European Championship of International Collegiate Programming Contest. My name is Lydia Perovskaya. I'm glad to see you here. Please send something to chat if you're actually following this broadcast and you've also followed the previous one just a week ago. Welcome to the championship level events of ICPC this year. We're going to have all 8 of them. And just bare 3 minutes ago, 2.5 minutes actually, we have begun the European Championship one. Over these 5 hours, we'll be with you with our judges, commentators, hosts, staff, and all kinds of fun people that are today with us in beautiful Prague, Czech Republic. We'll be following 52 teams that are currently at the team area trying to solve the problems. So in a very short period of time, we hope to be able to see the first submissions and see how it goes for them. I do not yet have information on the number of problems for today, but hopefully judges will join us shortly and will let us about all this information. In the meantime, you can follow the official information about the contest on official website. It's euc.icpc.global. Please go there, look at your teams, make sure that you know whom to root for. As well as, in about an hour, we expect an Code Forces-based open contest to begin. If you would like to take part in there, the line that's right behind me will show you the exact URL. You can just go to codeforces.com and follow the pinned post. And obviously, for the scoreboard, you don't really have to watch this live broadcast, even though I would be so excited to have you here and chatting with us throughout this day. You can just follow the link. It's once again in the line that I have right down here. And you'll be able to see the scoreboard independently of the live broadcast and in general enjoy the show. In the meantime, I'm happy to see some activity in chat, so absolutely let me know who you're rooting for. I see some Go Delfts and Go Utrecht, so I think that Northwestern European Regional Contest is already wide awake and everyone is ready to join. And exactly right on cue, we have actually rain in Prague. I'm not sure if you can hear or see it at this point, but one of the beautiful features of the venue that our contestants are in is that it has a beautiful glass ceiling. So organizers, well, obviously we still want to make sure that all contestants have a very enjoyable experience and can enjoy the contest, but one of the features to enjoy the contest is to actually not have reflections on your computer screens. And we were somewhat worried about having anything that can reflect on computer screens, including this thing, you know, that's called sun. So have we had a sunny Sunday? That would have been very unfortunate for some of the teams. But I think that we are absolutely safe now. The weather will be nice and chill with no extra surprising obstructions here. So in just about a minute, we'll be able to see what is actually going on in the contest. So throughout the contest, you will see this tiny testing queue. It's currently, unfortunately, empty, which means that not a single team have submitted yet. But in a short period of time, we'll be able to see each submission as it comes into the testing system and as it progressively evaluates. So absolutely stay tuned. We'll be with you in a few minutes, and let's enjoy the overview of the team area for a little more. And we had all the best things happen to us in the contest. Well, first of all, we had a first to solve, that was for problem B. And second of all, I have Bill Poacher with me today in the broadcast. Bill, it's always a pleasure being in the same room with you.
Well, thank you very, very much, Lydia.
How do you feel about this gorgeous Prague day?
Oh, it's an absolute perfect day for the ICPC European Championship 2024.
Well, as we've discussed a week ago, this is the first season where every super regional championship has a championship level event, which is a huge accomplishment. Mm-hmm. Tell us a little bit how long this has been in the planning, in the pipeline for European Championship.
Oh, it's been in the pipeline for a couple of decades, and it's simply partly a matter of growth. When you grow 20% per year for 20 years, you need to structure appropriately. So today, this year, we had 60,000 students competing for 3,400 universities and over 5,000 coaches, 10,000 volunteers globally, and pretty much uniformly distributed around the globe. So we have 8 regions that are continent size, and this is the 7th, I believe, of the region championships. The last one will be in North America in May. But what's special about this is the first one in Europe, and we are just delighted that it's here at Czech Technical University, who hosted the World Finals some 20 years ago.
Exactly 20 years ago, in 2004, which was a wonderful World Finals. Everyone is very much welcome to visit the official ICPC Photo Gallery to relive these memories, but I'm sure European Championship will give just exactly the same boost to the community in here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, sorry, my microphone is going a little off. This year, I think that another incredible initiative that was done for European Championship is the way the judging team is composed. And I'm really hoping to get our incredible judges in here as well. But the team of judges is actually accurately represents each European region of ICPC. So they have a judge from Northwest, they have a judge from Southwest, Southeast, and Center as well. So I think that's one of the key components to European Championship.
Well, that's partly because the four European regional contests are so strong in and of themselves, some tiered. And so we have a wonderful collection of judges who are extraordinarily talented, and so it's wonderful to see them pull a great problem set together, and we're looking forward to see these students solve problems. You know, in 1984 and 1985, typically let me say before 1984, when we did these competitions using key punch machines, okay, the contest was 6 hours long, and there were 4 per team. And the first solution would typically come in 4 hours after the contest started.
Here, required some physical
it's like
work.
4 minutes. It's just amazing to see what students can do today with the technology that we have, but also the excellent experience that they participate in learning how to solve problems. And that's the key to understand the ICPC. It's participatory team learning. So you hit a mental block on a problem, you've got 2 other teammates there that might help you get through that and move on to be able to solve other problems as well. And you have a coach you could call as well. So there's no faster way to learn how to perform. It's like music, in which you at any time can call your buddies and pull together a jam session, and you even have a coach who's extraordinarily talented to help you grow.
Absolutely. Talking about music, you can always find the recording of the opening ceremony at the same ICPC Live YouTube channel. And in general, not saying you should not, but just throwing it out there, like and subscribe this channel. This will have all kinds of wonderful videos. First and foremost, the problem analysis and the closing ceremony for European Championship. But as well, you can relive the opening ceremony, which had a significant number of musical numbers, which were all so incredibly creative.
You know what? I have a recording of the very first time that the ICPC fanfare was played, written by Robert Greenleaf. That's right. And guess what? It was performed right here in Prague in the Smetana Hall of Obecny Dum. And if you come to Prague, you definitely want to see that place, but you also want to hear music played there.
Absolutely. It's wonderful to have so many ICPC alumni in here, representing all kinds of walks of life, coaching, judging, setting the technical side of the contest, helping with volunteers, coming as sponsor representatives. I think that championship level events are this unique opportunity for the whole regional community to actually come together and see each other in one.
And absolutely. And our model is a competition among the universities of the world, because the universities of the world are responsible to accelerate each emerging class of young adults and to encourage them to build the future, build communities on the strengths of their inheritance. And that's what universities do, and that's where prosperity comes. And so we have this competition among students at the universities of the world, together with industry that benefits the world with the services that they provide, together with community leaders that have the responsibility to make sure that our communities thrive. And at the opening ceremony, you saw great examples of persons who are binding their strengths together to the benefit of the future.
Another critical part of teamwork is that our host university is not just one faculty that does computer science or technical education and research as well, but this is also a teamwork of multiple departments within the host university.
Absolutely, because this is Czech Technical University host. Today is an event of Czech Technical University together with our wonderful sponsors, and again, the city of Prague, this wonderful country, Czech Republic, sponsors Huawei and JetBrains, Jane Street,
Pinely and Citadel.
Yes, and Citadel.
Everyone is coming together to make this possible.
Mm-hmm. We did a bit of a search for alumni in 2017 and pulled 30,000 alumni records of folks who were currently employed, and it was absolutely amazing to see what they had accomplished. But one of the things is that those 30,000 alumni were actually employed in 6,000 different companies. Now, there's no question when you looked at the largest companies in the world, especially those that were built around ICPC talent, first chief technology officer at Google, at Facebook, and so forth. But my goodness, you look at the top 20 companies employing ICPCers, 10 of them are actually high-tech financial firms. Well, why? Because their stuff has to work, or they're gone, right? One of the interesting things was that there was this new small company that was actually coming into its own, number 15, Uber. Of course, a bunch of ICPC talent making that service available to everyone. And it goes on and on and on. There were a few surprises. I had no idea that SpaceX and Tesla had more ICPC talent than NASA. But at any rate, we were really happy to see the talent dispersed and making contributions in all manners of life out there. And then, of course, it's also the case that we see that happening in government leaders. One of the recent championships, Asia Pacific in Hanoi, in Vietnam, absolutely fabulous. The director had been the director of ICPC Vietnam, and before that, he had been a coach of a team in the ICPC Asia Pacific competition. Before that, a student. And by the way, I think he's also Vice Minister for Digital Development in Vietnam, And we love to see that happen as well to help strengthen those who are leading us forward toward prosperity.
Sounds like a perfect man for the job.
Absolutely.
Well, we are having 52 top of the top teams of Europe here today.
Oh, yeah.
Within these 52 teams, though, some of them are from the same universities. This is one of the special rules for European Championship. This may differ from other championship level events, so I want to make sure that our spectators are not confused by multiple teams from the same university. Please pay close attention to the team name as well. But then we will select the best of the best to go to Astana already this September.
Oh, my goodness. And that is going to be such a fabulous, fabulous World Finals. It's going to be in Astana from the 15th through the 20th of September. Our hosts are getting all excited about it. We have, I think, 8 universities involved, as well as the competitive association there, and full engagement under the auspices of the president and their dynamic Minister of Digital Development and Aerospace Industries, there, Ms. Baghdad. He is just a dynamo and has a wonderful, wonderful view of how we can grow as long as we set our hearts to building on the strength of our inheritance. And that ties us back to the universities. At the end of the day, universities don't want the day to end, because the fact is that the sun never sets on all of the universities at the same time. They're now spread all over the world. So one of the nice things about the ICPC is that people can find out about your university and your students' achievements much quicker than in the old days. When I was a young faculty member some 50-odd years ago, the reputation of the university was typically made by people who were dead 100 years. So at any rate, with communication, world communication, engagement across the board, what we're seeing is an increase of opportunity for the young to grow their talents and to engage in community building. And that sort of brings us up to what the purpose of the ICPC is, and what the purpose of the ICPC Foundation is in providing the bedrock for the ICPC to continue. We exist to uplift and shine the spotlight on gifted problem solvers in universities across the globe and encourage them to build tools that benefit their neighbors and their communities, and to do it together. And so if you have DNA and you have your own personal beliefs, you're born somewhere, you're living somewhere, and you're going to university, and you can find 2 others to join you into a team and a coach from the university to coach you. You just sign up, compete in the ICPC in one of our regionals, okay, and we'll be delighted to see you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming to our studio. I'm so sorry that we only have so much time for today, but let's all give a warm round of applause to Bill Poucher.
Well, bye-bye, and I guess I'm gonna, I still have some hair here, so I don't have to wear my hat, but I love to wear my hat. Reminds me of where I'm from, and also where we're going.
Thank you very much, Bill.
Bye-bye.
And I'm here with another incredible guest. I'm very fortunate to have such a good start for the broadcast. Well, first Bill Poucher and then obviously Vajana Mamanova, Director of European Contests. Boba, thank you so much for having us here. Thank you so much for assigning your time to visit the live broadcast. I know you're extremely busy, but I would like to say congratulations with a gorgeous event. This is magnificent. I think teams are very happy. And by far, 45 minutes into the contest, we already have top team solving, how many? 4 problems, Zagreb University.
3.
Congratulations. And this is an incredible result. Congratulations so much on this wonderful event.
Thank you. It's not my achievement. It's an achievement of the whole team here. What was the beginning of it? It was the finals 20 years ago in Obecny Dom in Prague. And it was something very special for us. And from that time, we were learning how to run contests. And we loved to have a contest. And during the year, I came from coach of team to director of Central Europe, director of European. And in Europe, we were talking a few years about to have a European contest because there are lots of very good teams in Europe, and they never met together because we had in finals only 16 teams, and here is 52, 53, and 52. 3 times 4 is 12. Okay, 52, and this is something what is one very good added value of this, because all best team, all best universities can meet on one spot. So this was before. So we decided 3 years ago, COVID came and so on, and we were moving our first European after first European in Prague 2024. In fact, there were 4 places where we would like to organize. Porto was before us. But after steering committee decided that Prague may be a good place to organize, and Boba Manova said, okay, we will do it. And my team said, oh, I don't know, you have to wait. You know how many people you need, how many money you need, and where we will do it. Because it was the most difficult problem was to find a place where we can have a 52 computers, very nice environment. And if you look there, it seems to be on the beach of sea, but it's not. It's some room which is in the Faculty of Civil Engineering. And this is some other achievement of this for us. CTU has 8 faculties, and those faculties are not too much cooperative. Sometimes even they are fighting and so on. And what is achievement? We have not only a species of rector, this was the first step also. We found a room. Then we had, not sponsorship, but a species of rector of Czech Technical University. And when we had this, we can go to other deans and say, okay, we are organized. And he allows this, okay, we will do it. So it's the Faculty of Electrical, then Faculty of Information Technology, then Faculty of Civil Engineering. And if there is something what is starting, I hope so, it is that those faculties cooperate and they will continue in it. And if you look here, I feel here as at home, but I think this is Faculty of Information Technology because my office is as a part of Prague. Do you have some more questions? Because I can talk about much more.
Oh, absolutely. I would also want to say thank you for bringing us to the Bethlehem Chapel for the opening day. I think one of the incredible highlights of Old City of Prague, this is such an incredible place to be. How did you choose this specific location? Does this have any particular meaning for you?
Yeah, this location was very easy to choose because the Bethlehem Chapel, first, it's not history. It's a historical place. It's a historical name, but the chapel was destroyed and it was reconstructed as 1950, so it means more than 100 years ago. And from '89, it is ownership of Czech Technical University, and this is our convocation room. What is new, what we have there, we have an organ, 2 years. And it was easy. When we had a rector, I asked him, please, Mr. Rector, can you give us, but can we use Bethlehem Chapel for our opening? He said, okay, you can use also the downstairs where is the real historical part. So this was why we had a Bethlehem Chapel. And we have Faculty of Civil Engineering for contests, we have electrical engineering room, and we have a place for sponsors also. This was also very important. So if you say that it's good, so I'm very happy about it.
Oh, it's a brilliant teamwork. And it's a brilliant team, the team of organizers, the volunteers from CTU, obviously, a wonderful international team of ICPC. You have a very representative team of organizers coming from all over the world.
Well, a team of organizers is coming from former contestants, most of them. They are, of course, they are all...
Zagreb were first to solve another problem, and they are currently with how many?
Yeah,
I think it's 5 problems already.
5?
Let's check it at the leaderboard. We'll need to refresh here. And we have just... Actually, Team Zagreb 1 just solved their 5th problem. It's in yellow, it's problem G. So, yeah, 50 minutes into the contest, and we're almost halfway. I hope judges are not nervous.
Oh.
Very, very impressive result. Let's give a round of applause to Zagreb University. I'm so sorry. I feel like it's very important to every time that I see a first to solve.
Because we have a special prize for team which solved the first problem. I know who it was, from Rector. I have it in my office, so we will bring it at the evening. So
yeah, the first team that solved the first problem of the contest was Team Trinity. So they solved problem B on 10 minutes. Yeah. Correct, Cambridge University.
We know it. I'm afraid that they will solve all problems before the end of contest. Maybe they would like to go to Prague.
Well, motivation is very important for our contestants, you know, but, well, I think that much more than relaxing in Prague, they're very much looking forward to representing European regional at the World Finals. I think this will be a major opportunity, and I'm very happy that now there is a contest where teams are actually can face each other, and you can actually see how very competitive each separate region of Europe is.
Yeah, this is big advantage of to have a European Championship, because we need it. I asked many people if it's good form to compete, because we have already contests at university and region and finals and everything. But Europe is something new. In North America, they have it 3 years, I think. And I found this is a real decision that we will keep it. It's a good form. It's at 52 teams. It's a good one. And we will have a meeting after 1 hour where we will move next.
Do you have any spoilers for
we
our
have
viewers?
One candidate, and it's almost solved. They agree, and it will be Porto.
Excellent. Well,
this is why I'm wearing my t-shirt from Porto.
Wonderful. Well, you heard it here first. Boba, thank you so much for coming. It's always such a pleasure to have you, well, at any contest, but also in the live broadcast. I'm very much looking forward to our future meetings at the World Finals, and then next year at the second European Championship.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here.
We'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
hello everyone. I'm back to live studio. If you want to show any other, if you want to see any other hosts, let me know who you want to see, because we have plenty of wonderful people in here, and I'll be able to bring some of them to you. But now the chief judge of the competition himself. Can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your ICPC experience?
Known maybe as Dario2994, and I'm the chief judge of this competition.
So Bobo just said, OMG, will teams solve all the problems before freeze time? How do you feel about it? Are actually 5 solves at this point of the contest, so roughly at 1 hour mark?
That's exactly what you expected. I was claiming 6 solves after 1 hour and a half, and I think we are on path to have something like that. There's also the point that in this competition, we are not really like, okay, we care about the ranking, but we also care about qualification for the finals, and we know that the top teams are not the ones that are actually playing for the qualification, so we have to make a contest that is reasonable also for maybe not the top 5, because we don't want, I mean, this contest is kind of for everyone, so there must be problems of different difficulties, and I feel like what is going on now does not suggest that we will see everyone solving everything before 4 hours.
I see. Well, just as an explanation, once again, it's a difference between different super regional contests, so I want to make sure that you have this clear understanding. In North America Championship, for example, teams can only advance to the World Finals from North America Championship. But here, some of the teams have already advanced to the World Finals, but they're nevertheless invited to European Championship to show how strong they are and how they.
For example, I think that the first 3 teams here, they are already qualified for the World Finals. So, I mean, that's okay. Even if they solve everything before 4 hours, which I still consider very, very unlikely, that would be okay.
Fine. So you are focusing on, I'd say, middle of the pack?
We are trying to give something that is funny for everyone, I'd say. I mean, we hope that everyone solves at least 2 problems. My secret hope is that the winner solves all the problem sets, because I feel like it's at least, I mean, this might be very optimistic, but it's doable. It's unlikely, but it's doable. We kind of changed the problem set after we noticed that it was too hard, and we didn't want to give 13 problems where if we thought that only 10 could be solved. So, I mean, we are trying to make it fun for everyone, and up to now, given the amount of submissions and solutions, if you see all the scoreboard, it seems that everyone is having some amount of fun. And
at this point, we have 35 teams already at 2 problems solved, and there are clearly 2 easier problems, B and I. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's okay. B is meant to be, so B was added 1 week before the contest or something, because we felt like we needed something easier. I absolutely have no idea. Like, it might be that there is a similar problem that appeared in the past. One of the judges knew of a similar problem, but I said, I don't think it's that similar, so we can give it. It might be that my approach to the solution was somewhat like, I decided to prove the solution. Maybe you can just believe in the solution and it saves you lots of time. But I was expecting it not at all to be the second easiest problem. I will not say what I was expecting to be the second easiest problem, because currently it has 1 solution or 2. So, but it will get much more.
Just putting it out here, here's the statistical information about the problems of today's contest. We have B as a clear lead, and then we have I with, well, a higher percentage of incorrect submission. But
C was meant to be the second easiest. Yes. So this is not unexpected.
So everything is going according to the plan.
Apart from I is absolutely, I would have expected I to have way less solutions than that at this point, but that's fine.
Can you tell us a little bit about the process of problem preparation, as well as about your judging team? Specifically, I'm very curious, if it's public information, if you don't want to disclose it, it's absolutely up to you. Who are the authors of problems B, C, and I? And in general, who are on your team? I hope to be able to see them in the broadcast.
So, I had to find judges from all the regions, and I am from the Zwerg region, so it was very easy for me to find judges from there. And we have Piotr Mitryshev, and who is currently living in Switzerland, and I'd say part of the Zwerg team since 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, 3 years actually. Then we have Giovanni Paolini, who is another one who's in the Zwerg team since 2 years. And this is that for Zwerg. Then for Nwerg, we have Michael Zundorf, who was part of the Nwerg organization and accepted to be a judge for us. And he was the he was he? No, he was not. Who was the? Oh, no. Okay, so the author of problem B on the other end was Anton Traigub, a very popular person in the competitive programming community, who is representing
Southeast.
SEERC, yes. And problem C was by Piotr. So two very strong competitive programmers are the two authors of the two easiest problems of this contest, which is
Isn't
fine.
it confusing? Is it how it always goes?
It's always, yeah, there's no correlation between the difficulty of the problem proposed and the strength of the guy. Then we have Martin Kasher, who is another person who's into the competitive programming since a long time. We have Lucian Bixi, a guy from Romania, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken, so let me check. I think he's from Romania.
Yeah, dear judges, if you're following the broadcast, send us
Right.
a message if you think we need to adjust something, or if you're not actually saying something correct.
Where are you from? Yes, Bucharest. And I think it's all. So it has to be 6 plus me. So it's Piotr, Anton, Lucian, Michael, Martin, Jove, and me. Yes.
What a wonderful representative team for European
We managed to
Championship.
find one from each regional.
Just as a tiny moment to probably shame other judges out there, you know, who I'm meaning to. Did you have any changes in the last night before the contest?
No.
See? This is how it's done. Just saying.
But you already knew the answer to this question.
Well, this is also true. But thank you so much for your work, because I think that having problem set well in advance is a huge comfort
we were
point
pretty
for
late
organizers.
compared to other years, but yeah, still safe.
We currently have 5 open problems. BCIs that we already discussed, and then F and G. And you have attempts at H and at E and at probably something else if I scroll long enough, but no, just these 2. So do you have any expectations? Once again, if you can disclose them, which problem will be solved next? How long until that moment? You mentioned that you expect 6 problems by 90 minutes mark. Would you like to spoil the beans? Which one will be the 6th?
I think either, I don't remember the labels, but I think it will be either
I can
J?
hover on problem names if you
I would say J or K.
J or K?
J or K, yes. Even though, like, teams don't know my words, hopefully, they're not hearing.
They should not know them.
Right. I mean, and people from the mirror contest should currently be doing the mirror and not looking at this thing. But I think J or K, yes.
And we just had F first to solve. Let's refresh the okay, and it is problem K.
Yes,
my God.
That's excellent.
This is not a rehearse trick. Please trust me. It's all done live by a professional. So
Right.
this was definitely not orchestrated by our judging team holding these submissions. This actually happened. So
No, there's
from
only
University
J.
of Oxford.
J is meant to be one of the 5 easiest problems. For me, it was the 3rd or 4th easiest problem. But still, teams have a different opinion, I'd say.
Hold up, you're a math guy. Is it a
Yes.
math problem?
No.
Okay.
No, but I think that the statement can be a bit scary. There's a visualizer. I don't know if you can show the visualizer, but
Definitely not right now, but we'll work on that.
Because it's pretty fancy, and some of the judges have spent way too much time on the visualizer. But yes.
You mentioned an open contest. Indeed, just a few minutes ago, as in
Started.
6 minutes ago, I think, an open contest, an open mirror contest has begun on Codeforces. So if you're interested in participating, please go to the link below that we also have in the rotation below our live stream. Join, because currently we have 6,300 teams registered for the competition, which is incredibly impressive. We'll look at the competition standings just a little later, because once again, just 6 minutes into the contest, well, they may not still have solved too many. Like, we have a lot of submissions on problem B, we have some submissions on problem I, but once again, as soon as it at least takes off. We'll see that. There is also a noteworthy team. So in your Code Forces announcement,
in general, we are very happy for when in an open contest some very strong teams participate, because it's a way to popularize the problems a bit more. And I'm 100% sure that the judges are very, like, the author of a problem is very happy if the top performers in, like, the top contestants in the world see their problems.
So there is a team that's called my perception of the difficulties was not entirely spot on.
I think that they're quoting something that I wrote in the announcement, because like the third, so this is a team, tourists like Nervala, and sometimes they're competing also with Kevin. But yeah, Kevin is not participating in the mirror because he was one of the testers. And we after Kevin participated, we decided to remove the hardest problem and one more problem. And to add an easy problem, because we felt like, given the information that Kevin gave us, the contest was too hard for this kind of thing. It was maybe more meant to be a final, but we are not organizing a final, and it's not for us to brag about how hard the problems have to be. So it was. I mean, we expect people in the mirror to solve everything before freestyle.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
This is an excellent.
So this is a challenge.
Very
for
precise
people.
point.
Yes. I'm claiming. I've seen the two top teams participating in the mirror, and if they are participating with proper enthusiasm and everything, I would expect them to solve everything before 4 hours, but we will see.
Sounds fun. Another question that I would like to have to you is, well, you just said that you're not trying to make a world finals level of difficulty. Can you elaborate a little about your general judging experience? Because for different contests, there are very different expectations and there are different optimization points. You've already mentioned, like, you're not trying to differentiate people from the top 5, because this actually doesn't matter. So your focus is somewhere at top 8,
I think that in this contest here, we will see differentiation also in the top 5, because we had enough problems, and there are, I'm not sure, like, if I have to bet, the most likely outcome is that no one solves everything in the own side, but maybe they proved me wrong, and that would be fantastic. Said that, I've organized work, and of course this contest here, it's like it's work shifted. By shifted, I mean that the easiest 1 or 2 problems from work would not make it into this contest, and maybe the hardest problem from this contest would not make it into work. Because like, okay, here people are supposed to be a bit stronger, and the same would apply to finals. Like for finals, it would have to be even a bit more shifted. Like the easiest 1 or 2 problems, or 1 problem from this contest would not make it into the finals, most likely. And this problem set would be too easy for the finals. There would be one, like the previous version of the problem set we had, maybe was more appropriate.
Interesting. Have you ever problem set for a first stage of ICPC for a contest that is actually open for everyone and like more targeted at the beginners, those who are just starting their competitive programming journey?
Not really.
Is it something that you would be interested in considering in the future?
Not really.
But at the same time, how do we invite people to start problem setting?
I'm not saying that it's not a good idea to do it. I'm not interested in doing it myself, but it's very important that people are doing it. Otherwise, we would have no teams at SWERC, no teams here, no teams at the finals, and so on and so forth.
Absolutely. What would you recommend to people who are just starting their judging journey? Well, hopefully after they've already been contestants.
That's a good question. Be very lenient with yourself, because your first contests are going to be some kind of disaster, most likely. But this is normal.
This is incredibly nice. So in general, if you're looking to become a regional contest or a sub-regional contest judge, feel free to reach out to the ICPC Director of Judging. The email is on the icpc.global/contacts website, and absolutely join the judging process, because there is such a wonderful team of people working behind the scenes for every single contest. Thank you very much for coming to the live broadcast. We'll be back in a few minutes with a little more live scoreboard and all these good things. See ya.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Anton Dragub, one of the judges and problem setters for this contest. You might know me as coordinator of many contests on different platforms, and I was heavily involved in preparation of a semi-final of CERC region. And now we'll talk about the easiest problem of this contest, problem B, which was actually added just like 3 days before the contest, because we realized that we don't have a trivial cakewalk problem. So we had to come up with something really quickly. Yes, this was a last-minute addition, and so far 42 teams out of 48 solved it in an hour and 20 minutes, so we think it did a good job. The statement of the problem is as following. You have n appetizers and n main dishes. So these appetizers have level of spiciness A1, A2, and so on, AN, and main dishes have level of spiciness B1, B2, and so on, BN. Now you want to form a proper meal out of these appetizers and main dishes. So you want to pair up these appetizers and main dishes. But the thing is, if the spiciness of appetizer is too similar to the spiciness of the main dish, then the meal is boring, because like they're just almost like similar or almost the same meal. So our goal is to like pair them up so that the minimum absolute difference is as large as possible. So we want to minimize like the smallest distance in each pair. So that's the problem. You don't need to output construction, only the answer. So how will we approach this problem? First, let's start with a small lemma. We will assume that the input is sorted. Let's start with a small lemma. Let's say that we have some arrays C1, so on, Cn, and D1 and so on, Dn, which are also in sorted order. And that we are able to pair them up so that the element from C is at most the corresponding element from D. So suppose that there exists some permutation sigma such that like C1 is at most D sigma 1, C2 is at most D sigma 2, and so on. Then I claim that it's very easy to find such a permutation. And in fact, that just the identity permutation will work. How to prove this? Well, let's just show that if such a permutation exists, then we can just pair them in sorted order, right? Like, why is this true? Because consider the i's meal, like Ci. I claim that there are at most I-1 meals here, which can have lower spiciness. Because we know that for any j, which is at least I, we have d sigma of j is at least c. But as you know, the rule of thumb is that the higher level of the competition, the more there are technical difficulties. So this will be at least better than the upcoming ICPC finals. But let's go back to the problem. So as I stated, if you consider only small meals or only small pairs, then we can pair them up in the sorted order. And if you consider only large meals, we can also pair them up in sorted order. But then, like, if we want to pair them up in sorted order, then it's clearly optimal to just choose the smallest meals for AI here and the largest for BIs here. And here to choose the smallest for Bs and largest for As. So now the algorithm is very simple. Let's assume that there are T small meals. Then we showed that it's optimal to just pair T smallest appetizers with T largest main dishes and n minus T largest appetizers with n minus T main dishes. So we just have to look at the pairing of like AI B n minus T plus I, and for I at most T, and for I larger than T, we have to look at the pair AI and B I minus T. Like, if the optimal construction has T small meals, then this construction will also have this value, like at least K. Very cool. So the total algorithm is just check all possible values of T from 0 to n. For each of them, you compute the minimum of this value, and you just output the largest of them. That's all.
At 1 hour and 46 minutes, we currently have our leading teams from position 1 to position 8 solve 5 problems each, with Zagreb University currently in the lead with 140 penalty minutes, and then Lviv National University with 259 penalty minutes, Haute Laurent University with 286, École Normale Supérieure de Paris with 297, ETH Zurich with 299, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology with 309 penalty minutes, followed by University of Warsaw with 393 and University of Cambridge with 410 penalty minutes. We just recently had our seventh problem of the contest, I apologize, opened by Haute Laurent University, team LLTE1. It was problem D. So currently in the contest, we have the following statistics. Problem A is not solved by anyone but has 2 attempts. Problem B is solved by 46 teams, with 3 teams are still working on it. Problem C is solved by 45 teams, with 2 teams still working on it. Problem D is solved by 2 teams. Problem E is unfortunately not yet solved by anyone, but 5 teams have incorrect submission on it. Problem F is solved by 23 teams and 6 have incorrect submissions on them. Problem G is solved by 12 with 6 incorrect. And then problem H is unfortunately not yet solved, but approached by 4 distinct teams. Problem I is the third easiest problem of the contest with 43 solved and 7 incorrect solutions from teams. J was untouched in the contest so far, and problem K has 1 team solving it successfully and 1 another still working on it. We'll be keeping you updated on everything that happens in a contest. it is such a joy to be joined in the broadcast, but by the people I meet often at this incredible ICPC events and with the people that I really enjoy talking to. Please meet Andrei Ivanov from JetBrains.
Hello.
Andrei, so nice to see you.
Likewise.
Can you introduce yourself to our viewers and just tell a little bit about yourself?
Okay. My name is Andrei, and I work for JetBrains, and I'm responsible for many things there, including our collaboration with ICPC. So that's about it. I have very serious and long titles, but it probably is not relevant to this auditorium, by the way.
But what is important is the fact that Andrei is one of those true ICPC fans. So wherever there is a championship level event in the world, Andrei is always taking a close eye on the scoreboard. Well, I absolutely understand that watching live broadcast is not for everyone. Not everyone can either donate 5 hours of their time or even run it in a podcast background mode to check in here and there. But I'm always very happy for Andrei's
but with such host, it is very interesting things to watch. So.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you here. Well, JetBrains is the global ICPC sponsor for programming tools. So contestants are obviously using all kind of excellent JetBrains software at their workstation and in their everyday life. And I'm very happy that if you've seen our sponsor lectures, if you've seen our opening ceremony and general introductions to European Championship, you've also seen that our contestants are invited to use all kinds of excellent JetBrains tools within and outside ICPC.
Yep. Yeah, well, in the competition floor, it's mostly C-line. We would be happy if more people are using Kotlin as a language to solve problems, but we are not there yet. Probably one day, when Kotlin native is faster than C, it will happen, but not now. But C-line is very popular. And also, as you know, we have another use of our collaboration with ICPC. ICPC world champions join JetBrains and then participate in such events like lectures or our person in the opening ceremony, like Pavel Mavrin, who won the championship 20 years ago, right here in Prague, and now he's here again, back to Prague. They are competing with 2 other world champions, Pavel Kunevsky from 2014.
Correct, yes.
And the third one.
And I think that the third one is the medalist, Igor Kulikov.
Yeah, Igor Kulikov.
But also a very renowned contestant. He won Top Coder Open, and I think that he won Google Code Jam as well. So all kinds of titled players are currently on your team, which is very nice to see. If you want to join the open competition and compete against Pavel and Igor, not just the European Championship contestants, you can go to the link right below us that said Open Contest, which is currently running on Codeforces, and join. You will have terrible penalty time, but I'm sure you can still do this. And when we last checked, JetBrains represents, JetBrains team has already solved 4 problems, even though they actually started 1 hour after the start of the contest. So it's a pretty
it's like when Grossmeister is playing regular kids, they usually give a fora, like a queen. And here it's 1 hour, so we will see what will be at the end.
Absolutely. At the same time, judges actually said that they are not trying to make this contest extremely difficult for top teams of the world, as in for best 3 teams of the world, let's say. But instead, they're very focused on making sure that there is the appropriate selection and representation for the teams that still have not advanced.
Yeah, because it is interesting competition. It has some value by its own, like to be Europe champion is very good and nice, especially when it is the very first Europe champion.
Yep.
And on the other hand, it is the second chance for those who didn't get to the final from regional to approach the final through Europe. And it's what we're talking about, right? The judges were trying to create appropriate competition for this group, so they can find the best of them to progress to the final. And I wanted to ask you, is Gennady participating in this extra competition too?
Yes, the online competition attracted all kinds of people. So for example, I think that we had roughly 6,400 teams registered, which is very, very respectable. And the joke is the team that is currently called USA 1 on UCup, if you're participating in one of those, is usually combined of Kevin Sun, Andrew He, and Gennady Kuratkevich. But Kevin Sun was pre-solving European Championship. And so now they have to compete as two, which still, once again, being one of the top teams of the world, will probably not present too much of a challenge to go head to head with.
So even bidding for not 1 hour, but also one less
but also
person.
one person donated to making sure that European Championship is actually brilliant. I feel sometimes like a little bit of the weather report person, because now we have a brilliant sun shining in Prague, and in the very beginning of the contest we had just a little drips of rain, but I think that our contestants are absolutely safe from any kind of screen glares here, as you can see in one of our visuals in the contest. So everyone is safely in the shadows, don't be afraid.
Because it's still cold and windy outside.
Yeah, it's
windy is
very chilly.
Dangerous part, yeah.
Absolutely. I would like to talk to you a little bit about some of the teams from European region, because I know that JetBrains has multiple educational initiatives. And we know that just in a few weeks in Egypt, a team from Neapolis University, Paphos, will participate in World Finals in Luxor. They've been chosen a while ago through the process without European Championship yet, but this is obviously one of the universities where JetBrains has significant representation.
Essentially, we created not university, but the programs there, because they didn't have strong computer science programs there. And we brought their teachers, we brought their students. Essentially, it is a clone or copy of how it's called, a modern programming program that we were doing in St. Petersburg State University earlier in 2018. So it's pretty much strong program, and we have strong students there. And another program, unfortunately, Neapolis is not represented here in Prague, in European Championship, but here we have a team from another project we have with Bremen University, with Constructor University Bremen.
Right.
So they are competing here. Hopefully they will be able to, they are not doing so well so far, but I hope they will do better on the second half of the competition, and we will see two teams in the final, or it's different final.
There's a different finals, but nevertheless, we'll see a team that studies on the program that you've created at the World Finals. Well, having a consistent team from that program, regardless of university, from the same concept and from the same vision of what a modern computer scientists have to know is a brilliant achievement. And I think
thank you.
Constructor University is well on the way of doing that. It's also a 3-year educational program, which differs significantly, because even when you look at universities within the same super region of ICPC, so the university that it can potentially attend European Championship, there are so many different standards of education, so many different levels of education as well. Actually, it's allowed to participate in the ICPC if you're a master's student. It depends on the years you've spent on your education, how many educational semesters on STEM you actually had, and all kinds of fun things. So there are always these, additional unique challenges depending on
Currently, we are learning one of this, because we, from the situation where most of our employees were from Russia, from Russian universities, now we are working with all of the possible universities around Europe, from all of the possible countries. It's very interesting. For example, my favorite country now is Romania, because there is very good high school, very good universities. We spent a couple of weeks there last year talking to them, and currently this special project to get Romanian high school students to our university programs and university students to work for us. Nice. So it's very interesting to see the different areas of the world from the educational perspective.
I also heard that you're currently in the progress of opening an office or being represented in Poland.
In Poland, yeah. We already have some establishments there, some people working for us. It started from people, actually. We have a guy in our Munich office who had a very good connection with Warsaw University, and he was attracting interns from there every year, big group of interns. And at some point, there were too many people working from JetBrains, so we decided that it is better to make an establishment there than to get them all hired, so-called umbrella company. So now we have an office in Warsaw, and we are going to extend it. Actually, it's one of our strategic point of development.
Congratulations. I think that Warsaw is obviously a highlight city on the map of ICPC, not just hosted World Finals in 2012, but also has been ICPC World Champions for so many years. So brilliant choice. I think that ICPC would really appreciate you having a representation in that city as well.
Yeah, and speaking of the directions which are strategic for us, another one is Serbia and Belgrade. And we are doing a lot of things there as well. For example, at the moment there is the course about Kotlin happening in, I think, at Novi Sad University. So we are there too. Hopefully we will be having some partners from the teams from the ICPC in this region as well soon.
Sounds very exciting. Serbia obviously actively participates in Southeastern region. So, and I think we even have the University of Belgrade in here currently in the contest. So let's root for them a little bit as well.
Yep.
Another fine remark that may not be known by our spectators, but if you ever want to organize a live broadcast of your contest, you will definitely have to visit our official GitHub repository. And this is when you will find out that ICPC Live software that shows all kinds of testing queues, interfaces, and information about team is actually written in half Kotlin as a backend and then half JavaScript as a frontend, which we actually considered being the optimal technical stack combination for something like this. So Kotlin is not just a programming language that we want them to use as a competitive program. It's actually professionally used in all kinds of software, either professional and amateur, like the one that volunteers from ICPC Live team does.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't know that. It's actually very cool.
That's a fun trivia, which is also obvious because, once again, it's wonderful to have champions on the team. And I'm also lucky to have one of your employees spending some time working on ICPC Live. So shout out to Pavel Koniavsky, who is also currently competing at the Mirror contest. But his both architectural vision as well as technical expertise within Kotlin is definitely something that makes this broadcast possible. So if you're in general interested in looking at a real life backend Kotlin project, just visit ICPC Live official GitHub repository, and this will be a wonderful example. So thank you very much for both the tool and the person.
Yep, it's our pleasure.
Another fun trivia fact, just a week ago, I was at Latin America Championship. And I think that you visited one of the Latin American contests last year, so you can imagine how incredibly of a beautiful, warm, and happy event this was. But I think that there I met another graduate of one of your bachelor level computer science programs, because one of the contestants that was present there, unfortunately, was competing out of competition because his teammates were unable to come. But he actually represented St. Petersburg State University at World Finals Porto 2019. Wow. And this was exactly when actually a team of 3 freshman year students from your program advanced to the World Finals, which was a major achievement. I'm very happy to see that regardless of, once again, level of education, either during bachelor's or during master's, student of computer science programs still choose to, first of all, come back to ICPC, and then they perform wonderfully because Alex actually solved every problem there. Absolutely. Regardless of the region, we have this great representation of your alumni.
Thank you. Yeah, it's another nice trivia to know. Actually, I know more from you being here than vice versa.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time well spent for me, at least.
This is why we have live broadcasts. Absolutely join us. If you want to know any more information about our teams, just drop us a message in the chat window, send us an email. We would be happy to figure out a little more about the teams. And obviously, if you want to know more about all kinds of educational, competitive initiatives, as well as, obviously, software initiatives from our great friends at JetBrains, make sure to visit official JetBrains site. JetBrains.com/ICPC will lead you exactly to the correct page, and we'll make sure to keep you posted about all kinds of great things that JetBrains does together with ICPC. Andrei, thank you very much for coming to us. It's a pleasure to have you in the broadcast. We'll be back in a minute.
Good luck, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Now we have another representative from our judging team. Can you please introduce yourselves and tell our spectators a little bit about yourself?
Okay, my name is Martin, and I'm a judge in this competition. And I'm involved in ICPC for a very long time, since I was a student and competed.
Have you ever competed at the World Finals?
No, unfortunately not.
But now you get to be part of the team of the World Finals. Oh, you have a live broadcast open. That's nice. A person actually looks at the live broadcast.
I was pretty sure I turned it off, but apparently I didn't. Sorry about it.
That happens. No worries. No worries. The pleasure is mine. The reason why we're in live broadcast is not just because Zagreb team just got accepted their seventh solution, but I think it's still important to highlight that. So they have just solved problem D. They're currently in a solo first place. There's no other team with 7 problems solved. And their penalty time is very impressive. It's 4:45. So they only so far had penalty time for problem K. They still have a few more incorrect attempts at H, so they will hopefully eventually get some penalty time for this one, but it's still a really nice work. Good job. This is literally almost the same time as the second place has with 6 problems.
Exactly.
Like Zagreb has 4:45 and EDH Zurich dethroners have 4:39, which is incredible. I think that for Zagreb, this contest is very successful. So a round of applause to the team and the coaches. In the meantime, we are here to actually discuss one of your problems. That would be problem J. If you're looking at the problem statement, this is the one with 3D drawings. And as we've already discussed, you are the judge that actually spent a lot of time, probably too much, on preparing a visualizer for a problem.
No, not that much, because I have to admit, I'm not the author of the problem, neither of the visualizer. Lucian is actually author of this problem, but I prepared it, and I prepared the test data and the pictures.
This is great. So let's look at the visualizer, and then can you commentate on what it does, how it works, in general, what's up with the visualizer?
So let's first describe the problem at itself. The statement of the problem is that there is an amoeba, or amoeba, that I don't know the English pronunciation, sorry. Amoeba living in a square grid of squares. You see the green body, amoeba there. And the statement is that the amoeba wants to move to another place of the grid, which is shown by the dotted outline. And the goal of the contestants is to program the amoeba to move from the starting position to the final position, like this. And the condition is that the body of the amoeba must remain connected at all times. It's forbidden to just skip places. So the contestants are supposed to find some way and some tactic for amoeba to occupy the final place, which will happen here in a few seconds, I think. This seems pretty easy at the first sight, and it's not that difficult.
So captivating.
But some of the test cases are much bigger, like this, and it's much farther for amoeba to go. I will probably move it a bit faster for you. But under all test cases, amoeba has to reach the final place. This, everything turns green, and this is what the contestants should do. But of course, there are some peculiar cases where the starting position and the final position intersect in various places. So this is one of the examples. The other one with many holes in that. And
this is very tricky.
Yeah, in all of them, the basic condition must be held for all the time, that the body of the amoeba, the green thing, has to remain connected all the time. So some maze to navigate and so on.
Wow,
so,
that looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, and now we can explain the solution to that problem.
Well, just a short question. Do contestants actually have access to this visualizer, or is it just for us to enjoy?
The contestants have access to this visualizer and are free to visualize their data or our data or anything they want to prepare.
This does not happen often in programming contests. Yeah. Thank you very much for
Actually, we were so excited about how cool the visualizer is that we decided we have to give it to contestants.
Oh, it was the reason the problem was included in the problem set. Fun.
No. I mean the visualizer.
Fun. Yes, please explain the solution at this point.
So I'll start with that. We expected this problem to be much easier, and I still think it's relatively easy. But for some reason, teams didn't even start to solve it. If I'm not mistaken, there is just one successful solution.
Definitely not one of the more solved one problems. Let's actually look at our statistical information.
But
Currently, problem J has one
Yep.
accepted solution,
Yeah, that's
and
what I thought.
2 teams have attempted to solve this problem, but unfortunately incorrectly.
But this happens in this kind of competition because if in the beginning no one solves it, then well the teams concentrate on problems with most solutions, and they don't even notice that the problem is not that difficult.
Scoreboard effect, absolutely.
Okay. So can we describe the solution in a sketch?
Please.
The principle is not that difficult. Here in the picture you see the starting position, the green one. The white outline is the final position. And we construct a tree in both of the positions and connect them with that. And the principle is that we start removing the green pixels from the red tree. We remove them from the leaves bottom up, and to the final position we add them from the top to the bottom, which ensures that the body stays connected at all times. So I will run this just to give you an idea. And the amoeba moves as expected to occupy the position. It may, of course, happen that the final position is further apart from the starting position. Then we need to construct a path between those two. And
You need to do the shortest path as well.
no.
right?
It is not required in this problem to find a minimal number of moves because it will be quite difficult, I think. So it's
Any reasonable solution that
any
still
reasonable.
keeps
Yeah.
amoeba
In the problem
as a single
statement,
part?
there is a limit of 10,000, which is more than enough for a reasonable solution. So you find some path between these two, but otherwise then it's the same. The amoeba first needs to navigate the path and then enters the target position, and then there is a tree. So
The target position is guaranteed to be connected.
yes.
There are
But
no trick edge cases and all kinds of
No. The target position is guaranteed to be connected, the static position also, and it is also going to guarantee that the position has the same size, because otherwise it couldn't be solved, of course.
Sure.
But it's not guaranteed that the target position is reachable from the initial position. So if there no such yellow path exists, the answer should be no, or no solution. Okay, and the last thing, there is the main trick and the main issue to cope with is that the target and initial position can intersect at various places, and in such a case it needs to be handled correctly. So in this case we see that we remove the pixels, the squares from the red tree. Now we remove pixel from the red tree, although it will be later be added again. But we cannot just keep it there, because otherwise the body would be disconnected. It's the big picture on the lower right. So we need to remove it, and my bubble go there again. And now it's the only tricky thing. Now the one pixel in the middle should be removed, and on the crossing of the red and green tree. But we cannot remove it because it was already used for the green tree. So we need to reject the situation and just keep the pixel there. But otherwise, that's all. And I can also show some solutions. I thought I did. Sorry.
No worries.
Oh yeah, they are here. So just to give you an idea about. Oh, we already did it. That's why it was not in the end, but here. And there are many more of these, of course. That's about it.
That's a lot of fun.
Not that complicated.
Yes, it's basically a path-finding problem first
but it's
of
a
all.
trivial path
But then
finding.
you need to be very careful with all kinds of checking in the intersection. Is it true that
Actually,
you basically?
This is one of the tricky cases, because there are lots of intersections to be handled.
Oh, is it true that you basically can decide what will be your starting point for the destination layout, as I'm saying it? So, okay, how would I approach this problem, like naively, right?
Okay.
I would try to find a path
Sure.
that connects one point at the start and then one point at the end. And then regardless of intersections, I would actually make it so amoeba is actually expanding from this one point at the destination location.
Yep.
As in, you always take a leaf out, and then regardless of even if other points were already in place previously, we need them to enter through this specific connection point.
Yeah,
So they're only allowed to
It's
expand
basically the correct solution. So.
the connection point from this one. Oh, this is fun. This also sounds a little... It feels like this problem with the same roughly statement can be so much more difficult when you add this, do this with minimal number of steps.
Yeah.
So just missing when you're speed reading a problem statement, I can see how teams could have absolutely thought that the way they read the initial part
that was
means
actually
that there can be a very difficult problem.
That was actually my hypothesis that I shared with the other judges, that the team might somehow suppose that the minimal number of moves is required, but it's totally not there.
That's fun. Have you had any clarification requests about this specifically? Like, have you not missed the minimal?
I don't think so. I don't think we had some.
Fun. So is it a reading issue or just a scoreboard issue that the teams are not given enough attention to this problem?
Well, first, it's just a hypothesis. It might not be that way, but I don't think it's about the careful reading. I think they might not even have read the problem fully, because, as I said, there are too few submissions to that. So I can imagine that the teams concentrate on other problems than this one. So I don't think it's the problem in this problem statement, but it's the combination with the other and with the actual scoreboard.
Understood. What would be your bet on the number of correct solutions for problem J at the end of the contest?
Okay.
I will not hold you on that. You're welcome to say any kind of random number, but can you guess?
I can share a bet that I made before the competition, and that was that 75% of teams will solve this problem. I wouldn't say that now, of course, but I still think that we can get some to 40, 30 problems, because there are still like 2 hours, I think, more than 2 hours.
Plenty of time.
So I think there will be at least 20 correct solutions.
This is fun.
I hope so.
This is fun. At this point, we have a very clear division into these, difficulty groups, as we usually call them. So we have 3 early game problems, being problem B, C, and J. They are solved by almost everyone. We have just one team who is still with one solved problem, but I'm sure their submissions on C and J are still coming, and they will figure out how to do this. And then we have a few medium game, mid game problems. For example, problem F and problem G. They have successfully over 20-25 submissions and successful solutions at this point. But nevertheless, they seem to be, just a little bit more complicated, and they have more incorrect submission and the higher incorrect submission percentage as well. And then we have those few harder problems that are surprisingly still not a problem J though. But if you look at D and K with 4 and a little more submissions as well, they will absolutely still be seen by the teams that are working with like early game problems. And then problem J so far, when people are just looking at the scoreboard from afar, like just like this, it looks like one of the decisive problems. Do you think there are a lot of opportunities to have actual bugs in problem J? As in, think of a team during the last hour. They're pretty nervous at this point. Sometimes the last hour actually decides the way, do you advance to the World Finals or not? Obviously, at the European Championship, some of the teams have already advanced, so they may feel calmer and they will be able to approach this problem in a more reasonable manner. But nevertheless, for teams for whom this is the deciding point, is there a place to have tons of bugs to actually drown in incorrect submissions on this problem?
There are places to make some bugs, but I don't think it's that much. I still think that this problem will have much more correct solutions than the other three that which is I think A, D,
F,
K.
We have A being one of the last solved problem. E obviously, and H.
And H.
H sounds brutal. We would love to be able to get some more info on problem H. We'll hope to have it really soon. Well, what a fun problem. Did you enjoy working with the visualizer?
Yeah.
Is this something that you think more is coming more in the future?
Well, I have to admit, I only did one problem because I just a little helped at the other issues, and I specifically picked this one because I really like it. So, although I'm not the author, but I think it's the best problem in the set. I really enjoy it, and I enjoyed working on it. So.
Oh, true, true. Once again, pictures are very enjoyable, so I think that more contests should try working on the visualizers because nothing helps us, like broadcasters, than being able to explain you a problem in a very visual way. So thank you so much for doing this demo. I think it was brilliant, and I hope our spectators enjoyed that problem just as much as we do. If you want to try and submit this problem, we are running an online judge at Codeforces. So go to codeforces.com or visit a link that sometimes appear in the description of this video below. And you can try submitting problem J there. And actually, let's take a look.
Yeah,
Are
I'm
our
just looking
mirror
at it.
contest contestants actually
We already have two
smarter
successful solutions.
than here inside? Oh, indeed, 2 accepted for J. So already more than they are. And these are also the fun teams to have this submission. So nice to see future ICPC World finalists here in the scoreboard. This is very exciting. We can see the team called Xinyo Du with 3 contestants from China, and then we can see a team from a team called Yolki Palki in the 3rd place currently with 6 solved problems with, including problem J. So they still have things to work on. And then problem H is still a huge challenge for everyone,
even here.
even in the online contest. So we'll be waiting for any kind of advancements and following them together. Thank you very much for joining me for the broadcast. That was a very exciting problem analysis. I'm very much looking forward to the next one.
Okay, thank you for inviting me and wishing much luck to the contestants.
Yay. Give me just a second. I'll make sure that we have something to register to, and stay tuned for a couple of minutes. Hi everyone, we're 3 hours 38 minutes into the contest and I have another incredible guest without whom this contest would have never been possible. Please welcome Andrei Vatava. Andrei,
Hello,
great to see you.
everybody.
Can you tell everyone a little bit about you? Your badge says Chief Systems Operator, but I'm not sure that this short sentence quite accurately translates how many wonderful things have you done for this contest.
Yes, so the basic task of me was to create the contest area. Once we found the location, this incredible space, then we had to decide which way to organize the tables, how to get their computers, how to get their screens, mouses, and so on, and connect all the computers to the network.
And to power.
And to power, yes.
Just letting you know, power is sometimes even more difficult than network, though.
Yes. It was quite crazy connecting. The power was easy because this place is prepared to organize some social events. So they have very nice movable power sources. So we are using them. The more difficult part was Ethernet, because nowadays everybody is using Wi-Fi. There are network sockets around the place, but as the IT guy of the faculty told me, no one has ever used them yet. So we are probably the first one to use them, and I'm very happy it works.
This is indeed a very nice venue. The way the tables are arranged in general is very precise, is very regular. I think that visually it looks stunning. So congratulations on a job well done.
Yeah.
Another thing that I learned while organizing programming competitions, and I'm curious if you're sharing this sentiment or not. So in the past, we often use a lot of student volunteers to help us with the whole organization. And what we learned was to never manually prepare network cables. Because when students do network cables, even though, dear spectators, I'm not questioning your ability in making a network cable or two that will actually carry 1 gigabit signal. I'm sure you can do this. Software engineers and computer scientists from all over the world do this all the time. But in my experience, when you need to make it 50 times in a row, sometimes mistakes happen. Have you used ready network cables or have you done your own?
I've used ready network cables. They are quite long, some of them. There are not very nice looking, let's call it a heap of cables, but yeah, it works. I think I've already found 1 or 2 cables that were made and they were not working correct, but not on this competition, just in my life. I found 1 or 2. So generally, buying ready network cable is the way to not to come into trouble.
Can you tell us a little bit about the computer setup that you use? What kind of operating system? We know that JetBrains tools are obviously available. What are other tools available for our contestants?
Yeah, the image is inspired by the one that is available from the ICPC.global. Anybody can download it. And it's just a little modified. So there are JetBrains tools, there is Visual Studio Code, Genie, many text editors in the command line like V or Nano, whoever likes it. There are plenty of them.
What Linux version is used there?
There is Ubuntu 22.04,
Okay,
LTS 1.
Okay, sounds like a very
with GNOME and GDM as display manager. Changing the background on GDM is quite a pain.
But you have custom backgrounds for each computers as well. So this is a very nice feature to have at a programming competition.
Yes, I think it makes the computer look that is part of the competition. It's not just some image running. Many people are happy just to have this running, but when there is time, changing the logo and background makes it much more neat.
I agree, I strongly agree. What were some of the interesting challenges that you did not expect while setting up or preparing for the competition? How did you overcome them? One of those types of challenges are, in my opinion, once again, I usually had a lot of interesting times with printers. Do you have anything in particular, a fun story or sad story about printers or anything else?
Yeah, the printers are challenging. Yesterday we had problems with balloon printings because I don't know why, but CUPS system is waiting for the document to be printed. And this costs, we have one server connected to 4 printers, and it's going one by one, round robin, changing them. It could print 4 at once, and the computer with the ballooning program was waiting till one document is being printed.
Finished,
then
correct.
we got a queue roughly of 60 prints waiting for the previous one to be printed. So today we changed it to the ballooning printer. The ballooning computer is connected directly to one printer, and it works well.
Wow, this is a good pro life hack. I think a lot of organizers for programming competitions would appreciate this one. Thank you for sharing.
Yes, I think when we are using, we are creating local contests, we don't use cups, we are using LPD, and it's simpler and it works faster because there is no such queuing. And yeah, the cause of the trouble nowadays, now we found is the color D, something that makes colors which doesn't make any sense on black and white printers. But all the jobs get stuck when the cups tries to communicate with this daemon, which is somehow broken. We don't know why. There is nothing. There is no way to configure it just to skip the color synchronization. So it takes. We get the prints in batches. Every 25 seconds, once this question, once cups stops or times out to communicate with this color D, it prints all the jobs. Then it tries again. So we get the prints in once in 25 seconds.
Oh, not fun.
But it's good. There is no queue. I think the contestants are waiting at most 2 minutes for one print.
This is
so
very
that's nice.
impressive. Good job. Good job. Any other fun stories? How do you do IP address management for machines? Like in general, what is your preferred way to manage a fleet of Linux-based machines?
DHCP, surely.
So you just have a manual DHCP. Have you collected MAC addresses
Yes.
beforehand so you knew exactly which computer goes to which
Yes,
position?
on Friday, when we created the whole setup, I was just going from one computer to another, reading the log of the HCP, and oh, this one is number 1, 2, and 3, and so on. It took 30 minutes to get around all the contest area, but then I had the MAC addresses and assigned them the specific IPs.
Cool, cool. That sounds like an approach that can easily scale to a larger number of computers, even though that I know that in general, BOBA considers 52 being a very nice number. And so in the future for European Championship, we're very likely to see roughly the same number of teams. On your other competitions, you probably have all kinds of different setups as well.
Yes, on the local competitions, we are not in one room. Yeah, we are in several rooms, and then there is one pool for every room, and it is easy because the computers are fixed there, so you know all of them in advance.
Tell us a little bit about the other competitions you organized. What other competitions are hosted by CTU?
We organized the CTU Open, which was primarily created to choose the best teams from CTU to go to the CERC. And since it is open, we have several remote sites. There are several universities all around the Czech Republic and Slovakia, and they are using this as their selection tool, I guess, too. And yeah, it is open. They are competing on their sites, and in Prague, anybody is welcome to come here. We have several teams who joined this competition for years. I think more than 10 times they have been here. So
So cool.
They have no chance to get to the finals or even CERC, but yeah.
But they enjoy the
They like the
competition.
competition.
I think that we have a trend in the scoreboard. Is it a team from Oxford New Jeans? They've just solved their 7th problem. So they are currently in a bronze range, I think so, which is pretty surprising because 7 problems feels like a very large number of problems for today's contest. Have you seen the problems yourselves? Is this something that you touched during the preparation process?
No, I haven't seen the problems. I haven't seen them until now.
Oh, we actually have a problem set right in front of us. Just for your visual reference, you don't need to read problems in here. You can go to codeforces.com and look at problem statements there in digital format. Have you ever been an ICPC participant before you were an ICPC organizer? How that happened? Can you tell us your story of your university education?
It was quite easy. I entered the university, studied, and became my bachelor, then master. Then I started my PhD studies, didn't finish them, but at the PhD studies I met Boba and the organizers. So that's the way how I joined the ICPC family.
Were you studying computer science, electrical engineering?
Yes, I was, computer science at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering.
Do you feel like you missed something by not participating in an ICPC competition way back then?
I don't think so, because I'm not an excellent programmer. I'm a regular or average programmer, so many of the challenges and the problems that have to be solved here, I have no idea how would I solve it.
Trust me, our contestants have no idea how to properly manage a fleet of Linux-based machines based on their IP addresses. So the best part of ICPC in that sense is having a team that precisely covers all the different parts of the process and making sure that it all goes smoothly. Everyone is responsible for their own part as well.
Yeah, it's a team job. Yeah.
Speaking about the team, we unfortunately won't be able to have every core host staff member in here. Can you just give a few shout outs to the wonderful people behind the scenes? For example, I would like to say thanks to Jan specifically, because Jan is the one person who configured Don't Judge and CDS and takes care of making sure that the whole data processing, including the testing queue right behind us and all these fun submissions that have just actually gotten one team into the first place. We have a new leader, I believe. So all this process is actually managed by Jan, and I'm sure there are so many more.
Yeah, there are at least 3 Jans in this team. Jan Bayer is the Domčač guy nowadays. Jan Žďárek, he's the guy who is helping me with the image and all his wonderful scripts for the workstation that help contestants to print files and to compile and test and make their environment repeatable if something goes wrong, so backing it all up. And Jan Kuber, who is helping me with organization of the contest area and all the mechanical and printing. It was his job this year to print all the documents.
That's a very difficult one, just letting you know.
It took some time. One Friday he was printing it. It took him more than 3 hours. And he was walking around the faculty finding, is there somewhere a paper? We need a paper into the printer. Because, 11 programs in a set for 152 contestants, 56 contestants. It takes some paper.
Yeah, it is indeed plenty. We do indeed have a new leader. It's team, let me tell you, can use 0 GB RAM. Well, they're definitely not using a computer with 0 gigabytes of RAM. They're currently the solo team with 8 problems solved. Their penalty time is 993 minutes, almost precisely 1,000. It is not the cleanest penalty time. So when we look at the team from Zagreb, they're currently with 7 problems and 445 minutes. So they have, well, 500-ish minutes to catch up, which, let me remind you that 5 hours of the contest is just 300. So still plenty of that. Unfortunately, this pretty unsuccessful penalty time is all due to problem G, where they have actually 5 incorrect submissions with the correct submission on top, but still it's totally worth it. I think that still being able to solve, well, clearly more problems allows this team to, for now, be on top of the scoreboard. In 6 minutes, we'll have a scoreboard freeze, so we will not receive any verdict started at that point, but we will continue receiving submissions, so we'll try to speculate and find all kinds of fun things in the scoreboard. Is there a particular team, apart from CT obviously, that you're specifically rooting for, or you know any students from? Maybe they were your students at some point as well.
No, unfortunately not.
Then we'll be all here rooting for CDU as the host university. Thank you very much for your incredible work. I think that this is a very high bar to match for every single of the next European Championships. I personally have seen so many ICPC events, and I think that your venue is beautiful, and the way that you organized team area is outstanding. I hope that for many more years you will be able to organize the contests of similar scale and size and ambition as well. So good job. I want to give you and the whole host team a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And any words for our viewers in here?
Well, ICPC is a lot of fun. Come and join the local contests and meet very nice people.
Sounds excellent. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. No, few minutes. We're back. Breaking news. Zagreb just retook the first place, and they're currently with the same number of problems as well. So yeah, stay tuned to our scoreboard, because otherwise every single minute that we miss will bring us more and more breaking news and breaking updates in the scoreboard. See ya. We are 4 hours into the contest sharp, and so the scoreboard is frozen. From now on, we will receive only a submission fact and not a submission verdict. Well, but that does not mean that you need to turn off the live broadcast. We'll still have more interesting guests to come, a few problem analysis videos, and you will be able to see all the new submissions in the scoreboard. For example, L and U stallions that are currently in 11th place have this yellow question mark for problem D. It will stay here till the end of the contest, and then at the closing ceremony, you will be able to see the resolution if the submission was correct or wrong. Well, nevertheless, stay tuned.
These competitions help to create and empower a new wave of talents and leaders in digital technology, and they help to grow a new generation of future programmers.
The competitive programming community is special to me just because I grew up with it. I started doing this when I was 12, and it basically kick-started my whole career.
I think it's important for Jane Street to be supporters of ICPC community because this community is very important for development of many young people who just started their journey with software engineering.
What makes ICPC special to me is that people from many different countries just come together to one place to compete against each other and create a community.
Many Jane Streeters have been involved in the same competitions you're here to take part in. I met some of my closest friends through these competitions, and to this day I still enjoy solving problems with them.
I have been competing in ICPC for 10 years. It was what introduced me to the world of programming, to the world of problem solving.
My experience at ICPC prepared me for my role at Jane Street, mostly in terms of being able to formulate my ideas clearly and implement them quickly.
I use a lot of programming skills I learned during my years in ICPC competitions.
I think Jane Street is kind of similar to ICPC in a sense that we solve a lot of complex and interesting problems in a very quick matter. And I think this experience led to me being successful in my career and having a lot of expertise in what I do.
This is how I've met a lot of friends in high school and in university. We participated in competitions, we share a passion for competitive programming, and now we work together at Jane Street.
You're surrounded by people who care about the same things as you. If I could give advice to someone competing today, I would say make as many connections as you can.
The most important part is to find your friends, gain knowledge, and have fun.
one of the more nerve-wracking moments of the contest for me is always the freeze time, because I want to make sure that I'm not spoiling anything extra because of any kind of misconfiguration or something else. And these two gorgeous gentlemen are the people with help of whom this is always actually going well if the contest system is dumb judge. Please meet Toby and Nikki. Can you say hi to our spectators, please?
Hi, I'm Toby.
Hi, I'm Nikki.
Good job. So you are the core part of the dome judge team.
Well, I think we have many core people nowadays. I mean, dome judge is open source, and over the years the team grew a little bit, and we are happy to support EUC.
I think it was a job well done. EUC is running brilliantly. Dome judge does it work perfectly. Was it difficult for you to prepare for a contest like this, or is it just a stock version of dome judge plug and play?
I think we didn't change much for EUC specifically. We made some small adjustments which were in the planning anyway, and we just sped them up a bit so we could test them here. Use them for the first time here to see if they would be liked. And I think a lot of features are liked by the teams already. We got some positive feedback, so that's good.
But to add to that, we helped to run the system, but the system has been installed by people from this university here and is administrated by locals. We just support them, so you can use dome judge without our help as well.
Yeah, that's very true. We just like to come to contests to assist, and also in other things. We don't only do dome judge. For example, I'll be assisting technically with the resolving part at the end of the contest with the award ceremony to see who actually won and who will advance to the finals in Kazakhstan.
Yay! Actually, stay tuned. There is already a scheduled video for closing ceremony, so you can press the notify me button, and then you will be able to see the result of Nikki's work with the whole wonderful resolver process going up and down, or not down. Well, teams going up, and in general, learning how it all works. Can you tell us a little bit more about dome judge development process? So you have like a higher level vision with all kinds of things you want to achieve with dome judge eventually, but you also accept pull requests if someone wants to do something additionally?
Well, I mean, we are all volunteers. It's not that this is like a big company-driven project with a vision. So very simplistic. We want to support ICPC contests well. And if people have other use cases in mind, they're welcome to talk to us and add features. But we value simplicity very much. And sometimes adding features adds a lot of code complexity. And if we don't run code paths, then we are not confident as we don't break that feature for other people. So we stick a little bit to the ICPC code path. I mean, we have sort of an ongoing discussion whether we would support IOI style problems, which we currently don't. And I think this would be very valuable.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that exact example up. I think the IOI style problems are very interesting. It's kind of complex in our code base currently because it's very geared towards ICPC style contests. But I think if we spend some time working in like Google Docs and discussing how we should generalize some stuff, and then in the end it should be possible. So stay tuned, but don't expect anything anytime soon.
How many contests a year from ICPC, or how many specifically ICPC regional championships are running dome judge?
I have no clue. I mean, people can just take it, run it, and don't report back to us that they do. I mean, we know of a handful of regions that do this, but I actually don't know how many. We in person typically support the Northwestern European region and some other European regions as well, NAC, World Finals. But we are happy to help out where it's helpful.
Another cool feature that dome judge supports and that is sometimes implemented in the contest, and as far as I know is also implemented today, is shadowing. Well, everybody knows that at World Finals there are multiple contest control systems that are working in sync to verify that things actually properly work, and in any case of emergency there is a hot swap. but it's also true today.
Yeah, exactly. Today, PC Squared is shadowing us from the US. They got up very early this morning. Respect for them. Well, this night actually. And the main reason for that is also because, I mean, it's World Finals in 3 weeks. They wanted like a final test to see if everything is still working. We were all here. We're very good friends with them. This was a great opportunity for them to do a final test in this whole setup. And it also helps us. I mean, actually, they found an issue with EUC setup with the judge host yesterday that we might have missed otherwise. So it's great.
And I think in general, the shadowing setup really helped us to improve DOM Judge over the years, both with Caddis as primary, Caddis as secondary, now PC Squared as secondary, testing all of the differences of how these systems do scoring, for example, or judging, and we end up with better systems, all of us.
What cool features have you thought of or written down as to do for next competitions this weekend? Were there any cool ideas within your team? It's always nice to have a team together.
Yeah, I'm thinking, and I can't think of anything we came up.
Yeah, I mean, we did a lot of small stuff to simplify UI, for example, in jury interface. There's no big things going on. As we said, IUI style problems is on our minds. There's also internal changes how we do judging to make it more robust for interactive problems. But that would probably not be user visible.
Well, actually, one thing that is cool that you have been working on since yesterday is our mobile-friendly view of the scoreboard.
Well,
really?
Yeah,
it's coming.
Look at GitHub. There's an issue with a screenshot. So if you have comments, let me know.
Yeah, please, if you have comments. We are looking into this. We might try to get this ready for Luxor because I think, especially the public scoreboard is viewed by a lot of people on mobile, right? So. And currently you need to scroll like all the way every direction. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. We tried looking at other CCSs, but most of them don't really have a good mobile scoreboard. So Toby came up with a pretty nice design already. Yeah. Feedback is very welcome.
And maybe that's a good opportunity to drop in on our GitHub domjudge/domjudge. If you have any feature request or any issue, just file it there and we will try to address it.
I can verify that this is indeed true. A while ago, I filed a feature request that was actually successfully implemented. So this definitely works. I'm very much inviting everyone with a reasonable idea. Yeah. Do not submit all kinds of weird stuff. But if you have a reasonable idea, please visit github.com/domjudge/domjudge. To submit your ideas there, because I think that once again it's a volunteer project, so the more good ideas you bring in, the better.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing to mention maybe is we have our Slack community. If you're ever stuck with setup or whatever on DomJudge, there are many people in Slack, not only us. We started with the Slack a few years ago, and I think since we did that, there's like the whole community is helping each other like tremendously. That's great because sometimes we also need sleep. Most of us are in the European region, so if people are from other regions, we might be asleep, but there's a lot of help there. So that's great. You can find the Slack on domjudge.org, which is our main website.
Yay. What other cool things that people don't know about DomJudge does? I think that most of us are mostly exposed to all kind of DomJudge scoreboard interfaces. I'm not a contestant, so I'm usually just a fan, you know, following all kinds of contests all around the world. And so I look at the scoreboard. I'm a big fan of the fact that scoreboard actually has university logos. I think it's a very nice personalized touch. It helps you to identify with institutions just a little better. But are there any secret features that you feel more people should know about or more people should use? Because not everything is generally used at every single contest.
Well, I would say if you're a contest organizer, we strongly recommend you nowadays to actually not use the web interface. It's fully functional, but use our API. So if you prepare a contest in the ICPC problem format, It's very trivial. We have scripts to set up, import everything. You get basically an export of the ICPC CMS with your teams. You import that, you import your problems in that format, and then you're good to go. And if you need to do any changes, it's also trivial to do so.
Yeah, this is a very good point. I think this started existing a few years ago when we were running multiple finals and we were always manually uploading files, had a big checklist of all things that we shouldn't forget. And we're like, okay, we can automate this using our API. Let's do that. And I think that saved us a lot of headaches in the last few years.
As a true software engineers, you just gave a recommendation, drop GUI, use API. Fun, good job.
Well, it really helps to avoid situations where you skip over one step and that's not caught. Like we do a lot of intensive testing before, for example, the finals to make sure that everything works well. But I don't think that for, say, a one-day contest, you don't spend a couple days of setup where you verify that everything works. And if you, for example, import with the API our test set of problems, you will already stress test the judges, verify they're set up correctly, and so on.
Can you tell me, well, a fun or a sad story about a misconfiguration that I assume obviously happened at one of the test contests?
I can
like
tell
something spicy.
I can tell you about a small one yesterday, actually. So when we were running the test contest here, one of the files that we have is like the contest information file that says when the contest starts, how long it lasts, and when the freeze is. And somebody, instead of saying that the contest would last 1.5 hours, added 1.5 minutes. We had it configured differently because the local people here configured it manually and it had 1.5 hours. But PC Squared read this file, and after 1.5 minutes, they stopped their contest. And that was interesting. Luckily, I mean, they fixed it and continued reading the shadow feed. That was totally fine. But that was kind of a oopsie, for sure.
That's pretty hilarious. Yeah, I always manually check contest duration and freeze time because there's nothing worse in the world of ICPC than spoiling a program result during a freeze. And we actually have multiple submissions from our teams, specifically teams in bronze medal range have already submitted a huge bunch of submissions. So we will see a lot of fun possibilities for the resolver. We have submissions from Warsaw Eagles, we have submissions from ENS Ulm, we have submissions from ELTE and from University of Wrocław. So even though top 2 universities are like holding off because they've just submitted problems before the freeze, right? They got their last 8th problem accepted right before the freeze. Almost everyone else is like, nah, let's go. D, J, K, come here. They should be able to make for a fun resolver, right?
I hope so. I mean, the resolver is always very interesting if a lot of things happen. So let's see.
I'm really rooting for the team that tried to solve the problem E that was not solved yet. Looking forward to a correct there.
Yeah, Live National University can reasonably pick up a first to solve. I know that this is a very strong team and they're very motivated today. So them going for a problem that was not solved for everyone yet, it can be quite an emotional and nice boost to have. They've attempted it before the freeze as well. So it's not like they randomly submit empty solution just for the looks. You know, teams sometimes do that. This is actually very
I've never seen that.
Really?
I'm kidding. Especially in the last minute of the contest, right?
Very complicated.
Yeah.
There's always one team at the last minute of the contest that just submits for every problem so that there's a lot of red boxes on the resolver and then there's a lot of, they didn't solve it.
Zagreb submitted.
Oh.
Zagreb just submitted problem E as well.
Oh, that will
be very exciting.
Let's go. And once again, we are barely into freeze area. I think we're under half hour into the freeze time. And so their last accepted submission was, well, roughly 30, just a little over 30 minutes ago. So it's very impressive. If they were all working on E all the time, that would be very nice to see.
Yeah, let's hope they get it correct. I mean, that would really boost them to first place for now, right? I mean, that's...
and that's a team that didn't advance through their regional. So
they are angry. They look very angry.
You talk to them?
No, but like look at their performance. It speaks louder than words. out of the whole, well, 4.5 hours of the contest, I think that they were not in the lead, probably 40 minutes combined, maybe even less.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what a wonderful performance and a very successful one on this. Like, for example, University of Warsaw, the Warsaw Eagles 24, they had a very rough start, I would say. Like, the very first problems were not given them easily, whereas Zagreb had probably an ideal start. I'm not saying that they're like cleanly solving every single problem, but these first few critical ones, absolutely brilliant. Okie dokie. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah. So much fun having you. Like and subscribe. Star their GitHub. I know. This is not like, this is star. Follow their GitHub. Absolutely let us know about all kinds of your suggestions, or just reach out to this excellent gentleman over any kind of messaging, and we'll be happy to have your input on all kinds of contest control systems. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi everyone, and as we've already learned, the group of judges is absolutely brilliant at the European Championship this year. So here with me I have the Piotr Dmitriev. Hi Piotr, great to have you here.
Hi Lydia. Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
There are plenty of submissions during freeze time. I'm in general very impressed by the activity our teams are actually showing. Can you tell us a little bit about the judgment process? I know we only have you for a very short period of time, like 10 or 15 minutes max, because then it's the end of the contest and you need to make sure that things are good.
Yeah, I mean, judgment process is fully automated, so we don't actually have to do much. I think the things we kind of worry about the most when some unexpected verdict happens. So for example, when, again, maybe the saddest thing for us is that some solutions that was not correct gets accepted. So we look at some solutions that get accepted and then we see, okay, actually this is a cheese solution, so it's not supposed to work. Well, it happens sometimes. Not sure if it actually happens this contest or not. We checked quite a few. Sometimes it's the other way around, right? When the correct solution gets wrong answer. In this case, usually there is a judge announcement, and this has not happened. So this contest is good so far.
Well, it's a pretty nice contest as well, like balance-wise. When you look at the statistics of the contest, it looks, I would say, ideal. Like we have 52 out of 52 submissions and exceptions on two problems, B and I, and then C, it's basically the same, right? They have 51 plus 1. And then we have perfectly balanced problems F and G with 42 and 41 already accepted before the freeze, and then a few more incoming. Then we have these, medium problems being DJ and K. And J was very much underestimated at the beginning of the contest. We were showing all kinds of visualizers, and it looked like an approachable problem, but it was largely ignored. Whereas now it kind of balances itself with already 15 teams trying to submit it during freeze. So once again, coming really nicely. And then coming in clutch, A, E, and H are like, here's your a la carte choice of end of the contest. Which one would you prefer?
It's also funny, I think, that in the online mirror that go running in parallel now, nobody was solving K for like a couple hours. So there's what problems are easier, what are medium, what are difficult is a different situation.
Absolutely.
Now people kind of picking up on K slowly, but still it's probably has less solutions than on-site, even though the number of teams is much higher.
Yeah, so far K has 10 successful submissions in online open mirror. Winning team in the mirror contest actually still have not solved H. So even though they claim that problem A is approachable, in fact, problem H turns out to be one of the more difficult ones, which is pretty impressive given that, well, we have a few submissions on H here and there, like Warsaw Eagles, for example, just submitted this one, but Zagreb submitted E. So I'd say that my intuition with the number of incorrect submissions on H says that, well, it's more likely that Zagreb got E than Warsaw got H. So kind of these estimations, this looks more...
All three of the more difficult problems are quite actually solvable. So there is nothing here that really kind of don't expect any team to be able to solve. So they all could well be solved. I think H has a lot of submissions because it has an obvious wrong solution or kind of... There are solutions that comes to mind very quickly after you read the problem, and the solution is very nice, but it's wrong. So people try to submit and get wrong answer. I think that's that's the reason for this column of incorrect submissions. Whereas in A and E, things you're fighting with are more like time limit exceeded. Try to make your solution fast enough, but kind of it's not usually wrong, I think.
This is fun. So it's an obvious solution, but it's not obvious that it's incorrect. Do you think it's also like an approach issue? I know that contestants sometimes, I don't want to say often, even though I assume it's often, but sometimes contestants actually say, well, I came up with this solution and I don't want to prove it because it can prove to be too complicated. I'm sorry, I'm a fun person today. But then instead they just implement the solution, submit it and see if it works. And if it does, then, well, lucky. And if it does not, then, okay, research continues.
Yeah, this is, I think, an internal debate whether this is a good approach or whether we as a problem setter should encourage such approach from contestants. But in this case, it backfires because here you really need to understand, get a good understanding of what's happening in the problem to get the correct solution, and kind of surface level solutions don't work.
Fun. I know that you adjusted problem set to make it a little easier. Is it true that you removed one of the harder problems in general? At least this is how I understood the judgment process worked this year for you.
Yeah, we had a few different problem proposals, and we chose the problem set ultimately from them. We had also some harder problems we didn't end up using. In terms of number of easy problems, I think we have 3 problems that are solved by almost every team, which I'm not sure. Oh, actually, every team now, or still one team.
Almost still one team,
Yeah.
For C.
So they might have accepted as well. So that is, I think it is. It could be said that it's maybe too much, so we should not have 3 problems solved by every team, but I think it still allows the teams kind of a way to kind of get into the contest, get into the mood, start by solving easy problems and move to the medium ones. So I think for me it looks very good.
And it's not like these easy quote-unquote problems were so easy that teams have just spent, I don't know, 10 minutes at the beginning of the contest, that was it. If you look at, for example, the performance from University Polytechnic de Catalunya, well, if we're looking at B, C, and I, then, well, they definitely had B 30 minutes into the contest, but then I came 78 minutes into the contest, and then C 109 minutes into the contest. So usually we call these early game problems those that are then solved by Lyris within the first hour. And here, UPC2 is actually 9th place, which is absolutely a top result for a competition of this level. At the same time, their start of the contest was not easy or fast in a way, shape, or form.
Yeah, they might have just focused on some other problem in the beginning of the contest, and that's why there's a delay in finding the easiest problem to solve. Yeah, ultimately, I mean, it might matter because of penalty time, but if they did solve the problems that we were focusing on, maybe, I'm not sure, maybe it was J, for example, that they spent a lot of time and finally got the 200 minutes, then I think they still have the same set of problems solved, so they still have good chances.
Yep. In general, contest looks very balanced, even for the top teams, even though, once again, it was claimed that we are not trying to differentiate between the top 3, because it doesn't matter. They go to World Finals anyways. Do you have a specific problem that you like the most from this problem set that you think is here helps significantly with, dividing teams that are going to the World Finals from the ones that are not?
So it seems that problems D and J are more or less the problems that are deciding this. So the other 6 problems are solved by many teams, and the 3 problems are not solved by any team at the time of the freeze. So there are kind of 2 teams which are basically deciding so far who will go to the World Finals. I like both of those problems. I think both are great problems. I said one of them, so I like it.
Which one?
I said D.
Okay.
But I think G is also an amazing problem. So yeah, I'm glad that teams get to enjoy solving nice problems and hopefully advance to World Finals for the best of them.
Cool. What are the other problems you worked on in this problem set?
I also had problems C, D, and H. Yeah.
How do you feel about problem H? How do you in general feel when the problem you've set is not solved by anyone? Because it's not solved by anyone so far.
It was intended as a difficult problem. It is actually solved in the mirror by one team, I think, so far. Or maybe actually more. I didn't refresh recently. Yeah.
Kurani with Aragorn and Savor of Cross. So yeah, as I see it, it's a Japanese team, right?
I actually don't know.
No?
I don't know.
I'm so sorry. My code forces is a little rusty. Vietnam with Singapore. Oh, it's actually clear Asia Pacific team together, but they are the only ones that are solved problem H so far.
Yeah, I think, as I said, this problem requires you to actually kind of do multiple steps, kind of dive into the problem, gain an understanding of the mathematical structure, and then you can find the solution. So it is intended as a difficult problem, but yeah, I hope maybe in the last hour there are more solutions in the on-site contest, but also a few more in the mirror.
We have so many submissions coming in the last minutes of the contest because we are almost 15 minutes to the end, and we finally see also submissions from Taras Shevchenko Kyiv National University, even though I think that just a few minutes ago there were the only team from the top 9 that have not submitted anything, which is, I think, once again, a pretty strong indication. We're not trying to imply that any team like stops working at the freeze time. It's still 20% of the contest ahead of them, so plenty of time to solve and to catch up and to even overcome some of the leaders. But they have also submitted just problem E, so problem H looks scary. Looks scary for our contestants.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for inviting me. I think now I need to go to check to make sure that the last hour there are no issues with the system.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for coming, and we'll be back in a few minutes. And now we are continuing to receive submissions from Tarasa Shevchenko National University.
Part of what makes our colleagues so impactful is they learn how to be leaders here. When you're a member of our team, you're making decisions from day one.
I feel very proud to have a very impactful project to work on and a strong team to work with.
Here, you actually get to work with the smartest people from all across the world.
I really love the amount of exposure that we've gotten. Everyone wants to succeed and see other people succeed.
They are very approachable. I get to interact with the people who use my project on a daily basis.
It's motivating to be surrounded by people that just want to keep pushing forward. It's a mentality.
The whole business model is to generate new ways of doing things.
All the projects are desired. We get more resources, we get more help, we get more attention, we just get the job done at a higher level.
When my team members give me critical work, I feel really grateful because it means that they have full trust on me.
Due to this trust, I really have to make sure that everything I do makes sense and is actually useful for the business.
I actually had my own space to grow and make impact in the company.
I don't think there's any other company in the world where I can feel so empowered.
One of the biggest ways I've grown this internship is learning how to better communicate my research in a way that other people find useful and find interesting.
This internship helped me to move fast and pick up the knowledge quickly and then apply them in real life.
It's just been an incredible learning experience from start to finish. My favorite thing about this experience has been the relationships that I've developed with the other interns. I definitely feel like I've made friends and professional connections that I'll have for a lifetime.
Okie dokie. So we're 12 minutes, well, almost 11 already out before the end of the contest, and the scoreboard is actually hitting now. So let's go through our scoreboard together. So this is how it looks in a regular view. The order is exactly the same as it was before the freeze, right? So, but now I want you to actually pay close attention, because we still don't know if some of the problems are even solved by anyone, but let's assume that for every set of submissions, the last one actually got accepted, right? We call this optimistic scoreboard. This scoreboard has nothing to do with the real scoreboard that we'll see after the freeze. It's just a calculation on top of what is going on in the contest. So assuming the last of yellow submissions are correct, this is how the scoreboard may look like. Optimistically, our leaders would actually have a pretty low penalty time, just 984 minutes with 9 problems solved. And we would have had a huge group of teams solving exactly 9 problems. So all of our medal teams and then one more. So it could have been pretty impressive, but once again, this is a hypothetical scoreboard. We're not trying to say that this is exactly what would have happened, right? Coming back to the scoreboard in general, well, let's see. Our leaders are currently at 8, and problem H does not look very promising. We have the team from HPI, and then we have team from Cambridge, Trinity, actually first to solve of the whole teams in this contest. They're first to solve problem B, but they're still here very far from the leading group, unfortunately, because they have just solved 5 problems at this point, and our leaders have 8. And we're just in another submission from University of Wrocław again. Taras Shevchenko Kiev National University are actively submitting. Jagiellonian University is actively submitting problem A, which is honestly surprising, because problem A, once again, one of the harder problems of the contest, but this may kind of imply that Jagiellonian teapots actually solved problem K. So they're very, very clearly not attempting it at this moment, and they're mostly focusing on problem A. They have 4 submissions currently in our visual queue. This does not, once again, mean that the solutions are currently testing, but still, it's a pretty significant change of pace for them. As we are coming closer to the end of the contest, usually teams start to submit much more frequently, because there's just not enough time for them to test solutions, and penalty time becomes a little less important. So the more submissions you see at the end does not mean the more accepted submissions as well. In the meantime, in the online mirror, they still have an hour to go, so the scoreboard is not yet frozen. So 2 teams have 10 problems solved, all but H. And then just 1 team has 9. They have missed H and E, but they're working on E. So scoreboard-wise, E is considered being, you know, out of these 3 more difficult questions, a middle one. And then we have a largish group of 6 teams that have solved 8 problems, and they are struggling with problem A mostly. We have 6 incorrect submissions for Yolki Palki. We have 10 incorrect submissions by DXQWQ, and all kinds of interesting challenges. Even though the fact that they have 10 incorrect submissions does not mean that they will not solve this. It's just a pretty regular number of submissions for a team that actively works on this problem. In the meantime, Tarasevchenko Kyiv National University submits E again. So the more submissions we see here, the more we are somewhat concerned that they may not be able to get this problem, even though technically you are allowed to submit a solution even after you had accepted, and another one for E from them, even though you're technically allowed to submit when you have already accepted the problem. Unfortunately, the more submissions we see, the more it somewhat feels like the previous ones were indeed incorrect. We take this into account when we build our optimistic scoreboard as well. So in optimistic scoreboard, teams can actually go down just naturally in here. Though it looks like, based on Zagreb 1 performance and behavior at this point, they only submitted one submission during the whole freeze time, whereas most of the other teams, except for ELTE, have actually submitted multiple. It looks like Zagreb are either pretty successful and sure in their solution, or at least don't know where to move with it further. And as I just mentioned, ELTE, the fun part is, well, at the beginning of the freeze, they submitted problem J. Only one submission, once again, no repeats, so probably they're pretty sure in this, but they have just submitted problem E a few seconds ago. So theoretically, for ELTE, it would be wonderful to have already accepted problem J and then also work on problem E. Problem E turns out to be the probably more decisive problem, but I'm still happy to see 5 teams from the top working on problem A. I think that's very impressive and in general brings a lot of fun. University Politecnica de Catalunya, both teams, both UPC1 and UPC2 are actively submitting during last minutes of the freeze. They're looking at problems E and D. And well, D looks obviously in general a little more promising, but nevertheless, the work never stops. If we optimistically look at the bottom of the scoreboard, you'll be able to see that, well, we have pretty optimistically successful end of contest. So let's start looking at 20th position. So here we have a lot of teams that have actually potentially have finished their contest pretty successfully. So even though we have 52 teams, optimistically, I once again want to reiterate that this does not represent official scoreboard. Optimistically, even the worst 3 teams have already 4 solves and are obviously working further on the submissions, which would say that this is a pretty interesting top-level contest, which unfortunately we only have 4 more minutes off. So I'm very curious to what's going to happen. Let's return to a regular scoreboard and the top page in here. Even though there is not much action around the leading group, we have, once again, Kyiv National University, 0GB RAM, submitting so many submissions. They're already at 12 attempts, and this is by far the max number on this first page of my scoreboard, even though UPC have 11 submissions on the same problem E. We see another submission from ELTE on problem E, so this is a work still ongoing, and we finally see submission from ENS Ulm on problem E. Once again, this is not a resubmit on problem D, so we assume that problem D may very well be solved by ENS Paris, which is definitely a problem to go. In general, I would assume that even if you have done some work on problems D and E, there are just so many teams that actually already solved problem D, it would make more sense to work on this one specifically. We have a little over 2.5 minutes before the end of the contest. Another wonderful thing was that contest actually started sharp on time. Not a minute of delay. Everything was exactly right to the schedule, which we are very thankful for, both on behalf of live broadcast team and on behalf of any kind of organizers. I think that it's always a great joy when your estimations for the schedule are exactly correct. And the only thing you need to account for is making sure that everything is following the plan precisely. So this was a great moment before the contest when we all were able to see that the contest will start exactly to the schedule. Except for Taras Shevchenko Kyiv National University, there are not too many submissions from top 10, which is surprising because once again, with just 2 minutes to go before the contest end, it's very curious to see how far can teams go with this. And even though it may seem like not much activity, nevertheless, I think that teams are working very hard and making sure that every minute counts. As a lot of my competitive programming friends love to joke, well, when it's the very end of the contest, testing system is here to test. They're often skipping any kind of testing of their solutions locally, but instead just go full on with submit every kind of solution you have at hand. And specifically, if your solution is probability based, it may just very well work if you resubmit it multiple times with different random seeds. So why not try exactly that approach? As Pavel Mavrin said at the opening ceremony and during the sponsor lectures, you're here to win, not to prove that solutions are working correctly. So the only thing that matters is getting a problem accepted. If you know how to approach it through an alternative approach again, absolutely go ahead. You don't need to find the most elegant solution. And out of the submission queue that we currently see on the right, overwhelming majority of submissions are actually on problem E. Well, some A's, some H, some F's, some J's here and there, but once again, overwhelmingly just submissions on problem E. And we now have a little under a minute before the end of the contest. So let's take a look at our contestants in the team area. Nobody is actually actively moving at all. Everyone is literally glued to their chairs. No, teams are finally getting up and the contest is now over. And an hour from now, hopefully just as sharp to the schedule as we had the whole contest go, we will have our problem analysis, and then it is scheduled for 1 hour as well. And then in 1 hour after the problem analysis, you will be able to see the closing ceremony. So like and subscribe, stay tuned to our channel, which is youtube.com/ICPC Live. And we'll be back to you soon with problem analysis. Bye-bye. you.